Alright, so let's do our intro. So yes, I'm now in the Utherverse world. Now this is the world that Data Girl lives in. This is where you can always find Data Girl in. Yes, it's another Utherverse world. This one was created back in 2005. And also, we've got a big special. So, yes, today at 11:30 Central Standard Time, yes, I will be showing this on my stream if he hits the 30 platforms or not, just everything else and all. But like I said, the 15th to 16th, 22nd, and 23rd, yes, we've got a big, huge, kind of celebration because Classic is now 20 years old. So yeah, a lot of people was, and the funny thing is too is a toll cutout, and a lot of them saying don't work on Xeon, don't work on anything else. No, just work on Classic, rethought Classic, make Classic good again. This, that, and all. So, yes, as you can see, January 15th, 16th, the 22nd, and 23rd, we've got all these parties going on. Yes, I will be streaming it and showing off my end to my end, this, that, everything else. So, yes, there was a toll that got put out to, good to you want to see Brian work on. And the majority of the poll said, Brian, stop working on Xeon, stop working on new stuff, stop working, everywhere else. Just work on Classic and, make Classic good again. Make Classic, quote unquote, make Classic great again. That's the idea. Make Classic great again. So yeah, the 15th, 16th, we've got a big huge special going on. So as you can see, but I will be live streaming this. So 11:30 Central Standard Time. Basically a little over an hour, almost 2 hours from now, because it's 10:30 my time now. So Central Standard Time is going out behind me. So yeah. Alright. So yeah, this is Classic. Sadly, there's not that many people here. There's only 269 total in the world. Let's see where they're all at. Here's the Nextcloud, Slade. And yes, you'll see a lot of naughty stuff. Sadly, to go to the naughty places, you gotta be VIP. If you're basic, which is the greenie, that's the column. The dating girl, when she signs in on this side. Because that's the side dating girl signs in on. Because of me, yes, I have accounts on both sides, but my streaming side streams in on this side. So I sign in on this side. So, yeah. So, like right there. So, yeah, we still call these greenies. Norris's animal cartoon. So yeah, like I said, as you can see, like Summer here, she's a greenie. Again, like I said, yes, we call them greenies, but they're still technically they're called basics because they're kind of rolled back to basic level. And sadly, like I said, you can do a lot of stuff under basic, this everything else. But if you want to have sex with somebody and do things with somebody, then yes, you have to do DIT to kind of do those things. Whereas a lot of the other stuff you can do, but the naughty stuff, nope, that's behind the paywall. So yeah, there she is. So there's a Nara, that everything else. She's a usual DJ, and she's always like splitting off my camera and cussing on my camera and saying, "Did you get flagged yet? Did Twitch flag you yet?" Yeah. Alright, so like I said, when you start out, yeah, you start out over here. So, yep, right where you're standing at. Yes, when you make a brand new character, this is where you sign in at. So, so like I said, when you make a new character, that's where you sign in at, right there. Then after you make your character for the third time, depending on which side you create that character on, so depending on which side you create the character, again, like I said, Utherverse, yes, a lot of stuff is free under the Utherverse side. The Red Light Center is also the same world, but through the Red Light Center, yes, you can make the same character and have it sign in under the Red Light Center, but a lot of the sex stuff and sex actions, yeah, a lot of that behind at the paywall, and you have to do DIT to get into that and see that. Whereas, like I said, you can do a lot at basic, but if you want to knock out with somebody and do naughty things with somebody, nope, that's behind a paywall. Yeah, so supposedly, I think we're going to be in the street. Supposedly. Yeah, I believe this is what the party's gonna do. It's gonna be in the street. Because sadly, nobody hangs in the street no more. Nobody really goes to the street and hangs out in the street. So, yeah, they're gonna try to revive that and try to get people to, like, show up on the streets and travel the street. And this is the street. So, yeah, I believe this is where the party's gonna be. This and everything else. But like I said, yep, like I said, at one time, this street had a lot of people, this and everything else, a lot of people, yeah, walking around it, exploring it, this and everything else and all. But ever since the personal transports came out, nope, ever since personal transports came out, nope, you didn't need to jump the transport to the street no more. And this is the Zaddy Lottie. And it used to be, yes, when you wanted to go to the Zaddy Lottie, next to our friends, the Zaddy Lottie, yeah, you literally had to come out of the transport, come down the street and come into the Zaddy Lobby and go into the Zaddy Lobby. So yeah. So I mean that's basically how old this game is. But yes, at one time before the personal transports came out, nope, like I said, if you wanted to go to the Zaddy Lobby, yeah, you literally had to come out of the transport, come down the street, and then go into the Zaddy Lobby area. And we do have the Canadian. Now, here's the thing. The Canadian right here, yes, that is technically the Stanley one. But guess what? Everything is turned off, meaning no nudity, no cussing, no standing, no nothing. And that's where we punish people. So if you get someone who's standing in your club or being a complete jerk in your club, and you say kick them, yes, when they get kicked, that's when they get kicked too, to Vancouver. And guess what? When they get kicked to Vancouver, yes, a lot of times, depending on how you have your club settings, if you use your default settings, yes, if they get kicked to Vancouver, they're automatically barred or banned from your club. And there's no way that person's ever going to get able to get back into your club because you would kick them to the Vancouver area. But yeah, like I said, this is the street, this, that, and all. And as you can see, for rent. And then here's the museum, which I've shown quite a few times, the history of the world, dating from basically 2005 till today. So yeah, like I said, these are places that you can click on and go to. I know at one time, yeah, people used to come into the street and go into the street. Then you got the one alley down here, which is just known as alley. I forget which one that is. But yeah, at one time, this street used to have all kinds of people and people talking, this, that, and all. And then here's the workers' club right here. Yep, if you want to be a worker in the world, yep, that is where you go. And yeah, and surprisingly, yes, the last week we just had a get together in there for the people who had the WG tag. And yeah, I'm surprised how many people showed up. And it's like, oh wow, this girl's still active, this place still active. You see, established 2006. So yeah, like I said, if you want to be a worker in here, and then there's the, Pride Crossing, the Pride. But yeah, like I said, it's super expensive in here. Because as you can see, as of right now, there's only 272 people online. 272. Alright, so we're going to jump to the red light center. I know there's going to be something that's going to be asking, what does that one look like? So yes, when Baby Girl signs in, yep, this is where she signs in. Oh, Big Daddy. Oh, and there's the world crashing. There's the world crashing. Well, it tends to happen a lot because, again, yes, the game engine's old. It came out in 2005. Alright, let me mute it for a second. So getting in and let me grab my password now. So, yep, like I said, the game cannot do that inside. Yeah. So, yep, like I said, this is the good boy side. Now I'm going to sign into the naughty boy side, and this is the side that they, the girl, tend to sign in on. So, yep, this is the original red light center. The original red light center. So, yep, this is the original red light center. With everything else. And again, if you go into the welcome center, it's going to take you right back to the same place. As you can see, welcome center, the same place. So like I said, this guy, he basically signed it under Utherverse, that I do have a tortured Engadus, just everything else. And as you can see, the street, the same exact street, same exact street. Alright, so let's go down to here. Now this is the pride. So yeah, to the ones that are very proud of who they are and what they are. Yep, this is your street. Yep, this is your street. So, yep, this is your street. So again, the alley, that's just the basic alley, the Westgate we call it. And then you got the dark alley here. Usually you find parties back here. Usually. So yep, this is Pride Street. And as you can see, Vancouver, the North Gate. Yep, Vancouver. And again, like I said, if you do something naughty, yep, you get kicked to Vancouver. And then you get an automatic ban. So, yep, you can't get back into that club. So, yep, this is Pride Street. And as you can see, the red light center street. So, like I said, if any kind of questions, Do ask. And then this here used to be the main street, but not too many people go to it anymore. Ever since Rude which basically used to be a very popular website. Yeah, it kind of got removed. So yeah, this is Rude Street. Yep, this is Rude Street. Yeah, we're gonna go into the alley. So yeah, as you can see, Pride Crossing, Rude. So yeah, this is basically what we call the dark alley. Now you don't want to go down there now. That used to be very popular. So do you want to talk to girls with canning? Yes, that street used to be very popular, and girls could actually stream their actions in that area, just everything else and all that. So ever since Saturday came out, yeah, Saturday basically killed that street. But yeah, it used to be the Red Light Center Can Alley, that's what it was called, Red Light Center Can Alley. But ever since Saturday came out, nope, that street basically died ever since Saturday came out. So yeah, you can see, yeah, you see a lot of these Thorrent, Thorrent. So, and then there's Sapphire Rose. She always has hers back here. Then Dr. Red Light Center. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, our world's gotten a lot smaller lately. And at one time, we had close to 5,000 people at one time. Then it like dropped down to 500, but now, nope, we barely get over 200, 300. And here we are, back on the street again. Here we are, back on the street. But now, like I said, I think the party, yeah, it's going to be in this area, the lead. Because, like I said, there was a poll put out, and everybody asked Brian, hey, Brian, what do you want Brian to work on? What do you want Brian to do? And the majority of the poll said classic, work on classic, make classic great again. Because, like I said, the girl came out back in 2005. So this girl's been here since 2005. Just everything else and all. Yeah, so let's see if that guy's light yet. No, he's not light yet. So yeah, like I said, I'm part of the Dean team. I'm training to, 12 different platforms. So yeah. And again, like I said, the 15th, 16th. So Yeah, let's see what the traffic is. Yeah, it's a 28 something got next club. Yeah, so who is this? Okay, no directory found. So yeah, like I said, at one time there used to be people hanging in the street, partying in the street, selling themselves in the street. So, and like I said, right here is where a good number of us, and this is what the girl works out of, because she's a working girl. So yeah, like I said, this is where the girl works out of. As you can see, this is what the girl works out of. And then right here, you got this one right here. As you can see, Xeon. And the funny thing is, as you can see, set up you all as soon as possible, start earning tokens as a working girl, working guy. Sadly, no, not in the title or switching either. A lot of people like, no, I'm not switching. No, work on classic, make classic great again. Make classic where you can start earning money and stuff. So yeah. So yeah, this is what the girl works out at, 'cause that's what she is. A working girl, working guy. So yeah, this is what the girl works out of. And like I said, you can see right there, that work dancers only. So once a month they have working girl, working guy parties here where we actually get together and talk about the world and talk about things. So and then you got rooms here. So if you don't have a club, yeah, no problem. These rooms are actually free to use. Just that everything else, as long as you can, prove that you got a working girl, working guy tag. Yeah, these rooms are free. See, you don't need the room for two people, for two. Okay, I think it's on the other side of the group rooms. Two. There it is, room for Thor. So yeah, this is the C2. So like I said, if you don't have the cloud and you don't know the cloud, yep, you can come here, just everything else, and do your work here, just everything else and all. Now, like I said, the day the girl, we actually own like 10 clouds. Like I said, 2 of them are naughty. And this is what it looks like they're store people. So, you see, you got a little balcony that you can walk outside and look outside. Yeah, that's a thick picture on a wall. A thick picture. So, yep, this is the world the girl works out of. So if you don't have the club, yep, you come here. These rooms are free to use. Now, what's this down here? Oh, it's another dance floor. Oh, okay, I see what it is. It's another dance floor. Oh, you see DIT only. See DIT only. Now, here's the other thing. Right there's going to talk about. Notice how the DIT thing is kicking in. Yes, if you I just call them greenies, that if you're a basic, yeah, that thing, even though you could see in the room, it will pop out saying you're not allowed in the room because you're not a DIT. So yeah, that basically blocks basic people from able to enter the room. So yeah, as you can see that little sign right there, DIT only, you, you can see into the room that you can't go in if you're a basic. Okay, that's it, quick transfer. Alright, hot tub. And then you got the workshop. And now nobody really goes to this anymore. This is where you find the working guys standing around on, but they really don't go there anymore. Yep, this is the working guy boulevard, where you find people, basically working, this, that, and all. But like I said, the working guys, they don't come here anymore. They don't come here anymore. So, yep, as you can see, this is where you find working guys. And you find them all standing outside the passion bar right here. So, in front of passion. And then this is the Working Girl, Working Guy Business Center. So if you wanted to, build an actual adult club and make anything and everything adult, yep, that's where you'd go to register and set up. Oh, there's somebody right there. No, that's an NPC. I thought that was a real person. But yeah, like I said, yep. As you can see the street right there. Yep, once we pass through there, that's going to take you to another area. It's going to take you to another area. But yeah, like I said, the working girl, working guy, this is where they used to hang out. Just everything else. And then you have the night candy bar and the fashion bar. And then I'm jumping again. Yeah. And then we've got the workshop, which sadly nobody really hangs out. Now we do have counselors that still like sign in once in a while and that everything else. But yeah, this is the workshop street where you can come in, register, set up. Like I said, nobody really comes in anymore. And then as you can see, the boulevard. So if you pass through there, you show up on the boulevard. But yeah, this is the so-called office, basically, where you sign in and set up. And as you can see, yeah, nobody really takes care of it because they got the photo bucket thing showing. So yeah, they got the photo bucket showing. Because sadly, nobody really comes here anymore. We used to, the counselors, now they would just meet you at their decks now instead of here. But yeah, we do have worker counselors that, show up and help out, and come up here and talk. And this was where we used to meet when we used to have, where we had meetings and talk about things and talk about issues. Yeah, this was the meeting room that we used to all hang out and meet at. Not no more. Nope, we all need at their decks now. So yeah, we really don't need here anymore. So yeah, this is what we used to need. Right here. Yeah, let's get back to the decks. So yeah, we do have counselors that you can talk to and, get ideas and help, figure out things. So they tend to meet you at their decks. Yep, this is where they tend to meet, right in here. And then they go upstairs to the conference room. So yep, this is where y'all tend to meet, right in here now. Yeah, so so it's 11 o'clock. Alright, so let's see. No, he's still not live yet. So, yep, like I said, it's 11 o'clock tonight. The hen probably won't be starting until 12. Let's go to this next club. Let's see what's going on there. Okay. Here's where the glowies are. So, yep, you can see the gold cloud. Do, 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 do. That's where the dancers all totally go. Don't feed the animals. No, there it is. Dancer stage right there. Yeah, let's jump to the next one. This is where you tend to find the girl at right here. Yep, this is where you tend to find her at right here in this spot. So, yep, this is where you tend to find her. So, yeah, you'll either find her here in this spot. And yes, it's got a live roller skating ring, a rollerblade ring that the girl tends to get on and do. So yep, this is where you'll find the girl at, right here, this spot. And then the other one you'll find the girl at is this spot. And this girl, not the girl. Cause I was bored, this, that, and all. I wanted to go play with somebody. And she approached me, and she's like, hi. Hello, hello. So, yep, this is where I met the girl at, right here. Cause she's a working girl, working guy, and she was in the middle dancing and shaking it and selling herself. And as you can see, the WG tag. Yep, she had a WG tag on her. So, yep, this is where I met the girl at, right here. Yeah, let's see, these started early. No, he still hasn't started yet. So yeah, like I said, there was a poll cut out. A lot of people like, nope, make classic great again, work on classic. So yeah, and then after me, yes, I'm part of the Dean team. So, like I said, you gotta listen to somebody for 4 hours, say hi to 5 people, do not count. You have to physically talk to them. I knocked them up on 2 hours. We got 3 hours and 34. Here, I'm gonna jump to nightclub. So yep, this is our good boy club right here. Yes, we do have the naughty boy club, but this is our good boy club. Yeah, good boy, good girl club. So, yeah, I can't click on this. You know what? I'm gonna move this. Yeah, now I'm trying to find it in the list. There it is. Yep, there's the glowies. So that way when you lean in or teleport in, yep, you basically see the word glowing. And yes, like I said, at one time that used to be very popular. But yeah, this game, like I said, been here since 2005. Yeah, so let's see if these started yet. No, he's still offline. So yep, like I said, this Thursday, Friday, the 15th, 16th, we've got a classic party, this, that, and all, and then on the 22nd and 23rd. And then, like I said, I'm part of the Dean team, so we just hit 2 hours. I don't know if I got music in here or not. No, apparently there's no music. Yeah, the music jukebox method is expired. So the music jukebox method is expired. So yeah, put into the Utherverse world. So yeah, the jukebox method expired. Yeah, you can see the jukebox is over there. So yeah, the music box that I used to, play for has expired. Yeah, it's 11:30. So yeah, he's gonna be trying his train to 30 places. Not he's still offline. And the girl not too sleeping because she's not answering her Discord calls. So she's not too sleeping. 11:30 a.m. The lead showing 12. Yeah, he's still offline. And then after me, yep. Like I said, January 15th, 16th, 22nd, 23rd. They're gonna be having a Night Classic Great again. So then, like I said, I'm part of the game team, so yeah, get listen to only for 4 hours. Killing it on 2 hours now, 2 hours 30 minutes. Do, 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 do. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Just today. Do 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 do. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. So it'll be closer to noon, I guess, tonight. Gets closer to noon. Cause you see the one says 11:30 Central, but the little git says 12. Yep, 12:30. Yeah. Well, I hate rainy days. Rainy days make me sleepy. Especially cold rain. Yeah. Do 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 do. So yes, we got two parties going on. We've got this one that's actually happening sometime soon. And then you got the other one. Like the classic crate again. So yeah. So yep, we got two parties going on. You got this one that's starting soon. And then this one right here, which is the 15th, 16th, 22nd, and 23rd. And like I said, there was a poll put out, and a lot of people told Brian, yes, make Classic great again, bring Classic back, make Classic active again. So Brian is going to start concentrating on Classic. Yeah, 11:41. Yeah. Yeah, that way I can see the message box if someone messages me. But yeah, like I said, sadly, yeah, now there's 301 people in the world. Yeah, one time we had close to 5,000. A couple of years ago we had close to 500. Now we barely next 400. Barely next 400. Let's see this light yet. No, he's still offline. Like I said, it's probably gonna go live until exactly, 12:30. Exactly. Then again, I wonder how long he's gonna stream too. How long is he gonna stream? Do 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 do. Okay, 11:37. Yeah, like I said, 5 minutes to 12. I'm gonna see if he's gone live yet. But then again, he's probably gonna go live to exactly 12:30 exactly. Twelve, 11:38. Do, 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 do. So yeah, he probably won't go live till exactly 12:30. Probably. Other than 50. Not he's still offline. Like I said, he probably won't go live till exactly 12:30. Exactly. Could that break starting? Again, like I said, please stay to the end. Even though you're not subscribed to me, but yes, stay to the end. Got the end, let the end play. It does help me out. Because like I said, I lived on an SSI check. I was really hoping to make last year the gaming stream career where I was going to really break out and really start, attending on the game streams. But nope, that didn't happen. But like I said, I still hope for it. Still hope for it. So like I said, it's probably not till exactly 12:30. He'll probably go live. Okay, Twitch ad break is over. Welcome back. And to the one to stay, thank you for staying. Like I said, let the ad play. It does help me out. So yeah, he probably won't be exactly to 12:30 when he starts. It's now 11:53. Yep, he's still offline. Yep, and this is his profile. And you see, he's an affiliate just like me. Alexander TC is his sponsor. But yeah, you see, he's going to be trying to stream to all these places all at the exact same time. All these places at the same exact time. So yeah, it's 12:30 when he actually starts. Yep, only 12:30 exactly. Mm. 11:55. No, channel still offline. Like I said, it's probably 12:30 exactly. Yeah. Mm. 11:56. Oh, it's taking forever to get to 12:30. Further. Nope, he's still offline. Mm-hmm. 11:57. So like I said, probably more than likely exactly 12:30. I'll see you right at 12. See, he's gone live at 12. Then again, I wonder how long he's going to stream. Is he going to stream till like 5, 10 minutes and say, okay, I'm done. I hit my goal, I hit my limit, and just call it quits? Wonder how long he's going to stream, I wonder. Because like I said, I'm streaming to, basically 12 platforms. So I got 12 out of the 30. Cute name. So yeah. $11.59. Let's see these light yet. No, he's still offline. So yeah, he's probably gonna do exactly 12:30. He's gonna go live. Exactly 12:30. 12 o'clock exactly. Yeah, 12:01. Let's see these light yet. Nope. 12:01. He's still not live. So yeah, like I said, 12:30 exactly. 12:30 exactly. He's talking to start. And I had them streaming. Nothing in the cloud. Nope, nothing in the cloud, just name. Coming up on 3 hours now. Got 2 hours, 57 minutes left. So yeah. So yeah, like I said, somebody's gonna win this PC. It ends in March, so it's a Ryzen 9 9950 X3D. With the GeForce 580. So yeah, somebody's gonna be winning this computer. Which got the ending in March. But like I said, you gotta do a minimum of listening to somebody for 4 hours, talk to 5 people, stream at least a minimum of 4 hours to 5 platforms. So yeah, no, he's still offline. So yeah, So yeah, I'm basically talking with Brianna, 80 Sweets. So yeah, let's see this lady at. No, she's still offline. Like I said, 12:30 exactly, Throttling. 12:30 exactly. So yeah, I'm being stuck up again as I always am. So yeah, Brianna's asking about when people come into the cloud, is there a way that you can notify them saying, hey, thanks for coming to the cloud, welcome to coming into the cloud, and then somehow, record them so later on she can create a list to say, hey, thank you. Next week, this is the party we're having next week. And there's Murdoch. Murdoch is laughing. So it's quarter out, turn. And he's still offline. He's still offline. So like I said, it's cut her out there now. Like I said, he's probably going to be 12:30 exactly. See what the thing is. Okay. So yep, like I said, it's cut her out there. It hasn't gone live yet. Nope, channel still offline. So yeah, he's probably not gonna go live till exactly 12:30. 15 minutes from now. 15 minutes. Yeah, like I said, 15 minutes now. It's only quarter after. So yeah, probably gonna go live at exactly 12:30, exactly probably. Yeah. Yeah, 15 minutes now. And yeah, like I said, the girl's got Stanley, so she's not going to be able to come in and hang out today because she's got Stanley. So yeah. 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 Quarter 12:16. Uh, yeah. So like I said, probably the 12:30 exact line. And there's his ad right there, Alexander Thiesing. Alexander Thiesing. Oh no, he's just gonna lied. He lied. He finally lied. Alright, so he says he's setting things up. He's setting things up. So yeah, 35 plus platforms in 10 minutes. So yeah, slowly people, we got 7 people on the channel. So yep, like I said, I stream the 12 platforms. 10 of them usually works fine, but I get 1 or 2 that kind of has connection issues. Wise Wolf, thank you for the follow. So, like I said, I stream the 12 platforms. He's going to try to stream the 35 at one time. So, hi Wise Wolf, how you doing, Wise Wolf? So, But yeah, like I said, Anthony, do y'all want to see what I'm doing? Yep, like I said, there's 9. So I'm doing the Rondo, Nino, Odyssey, and Dean I had turned off because I'm not doing Star Trek right now. Retake, Kick, Twitch, Trado, D-Lied. Why do I have Nino 2 times? Yeah, I got Nino TD 2 times. Why do I have Nino 2 times? Not sure. Party, YouTube, they think are turned off because of the music. And whoop, I can't pronounce it. But yes, I got TikTok turned off because of the music. So yeah. 6 minutes. We got 11 people now watching. Got 5 minutes left. And we used to call it Saturday Catterday because, like I said, we would actually test the server load on Saturdays, and we would all jump on Saturday and try to stream as much as possible. This, that, and all. Got to load the servers and see what the servers can do. So yeah, we're up to 11 people watching. And like I said, what you see in the background is Utherverse, this, that, and everything else. So like I said, yep, I'm part of the Utherverse Classic. This is the world Data Girl lives in and plays. So yeah, we've got a make Utherverse Classic great again. But as you can see, yep, I'm doing the 12 platforms. So you got 12 people watching. 12. 4 minutes left. So yeah, we are down to 3 minutes. Twitch ad break is starting. Yep, like I said, do follow the channels. Because like I said, if you want to get this being computer, yep, like I said, you gotta listen to somebody for 4 hours, follow the channel, talk to them, emails do not count, and then stream at least a minimum of 4 hours to 5 different platforms, and you have the chance of winning this PC in March. So an artist PC giveaway will end. But yeah, you gotta be part of the Dean team to get this computer. Gotta be part of the Dean team. Alright, I can close that screen. Okay, 13 people. So yep, as you can see, yep, the ice cream to 12. 15 people. So yep, make sure you thaw onto that. And again, like I said, don't click, 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 click. Because each time you click, you'll actually lose points. So don't clicking and then re-clicking. You lose points if you do that. You don't want to do that. So we got 11 people watching, and here we go. Alright, so here we go. 13 people watching. Oh well. So Kick and Twitch is now online. Wow, he's really got it set up. So YouTube is now active. So he's got Theme, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube active. Okay, D-Live now live. Okay, try that live. Oh, he's got String Element. So you got 28 people watching so far. Så he's up to 22 titel now. So, yep, he is pushing this as much as he can. 33 titles so far watching. Oh, I'm running out of tea. So 33 title now watching. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 platforms. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 49 people watching. 52. Tito, tito. So yeah, we got 50 people watching. Uh-oh. He kicked somebody from the channel. He kicked somebody from the channel. At the 60. $56. He was at the 60, Tito. 62. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So he's now got 13 platforms. Yep, now there's Rundle. So 14. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, Southern people watching. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 flat thorns. 16. So you got 86 people watching now. So 85 people watching. And I am running low on tea. So yeah, in a few minutes I'm gonna have to get up and go get me some tea. Yeah. So we've got 91 people in the chat watching. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So 93 people watching, 26 channel platforms live. Yeah, I almost got my 4 hours done. I got 90 people watching. Got 98 people. So apparently, yep, this is his page. Wow. So according to his thing, there's 37 platforms. 37. Echo, 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 echo. So 32 platforms. Thirty-three channels now. So Angel, our co-founder and CEO, has now just came into the room, as you can see. So yeah, the founder and CEO and that created the whole thing. Yep, there he is. So 105 people watching, 33 platforms live. Okay, whatever that was about. Oh, Instagram. So 102 people live, 34 platforms. So 103 people, 34 platforms. Oh, okay. So Twitter's now live. Alright, so we goes up to 115 people. Now we're down to 105. And again, the goal is to basically to stream to 30 platforms at the same time. That's the goal. So yeah, I'm talking on the Utherverse Discord channel, and Foxy's online. And Foxy's like, "Wasn't you in the hospital?" I'm like, "Yeah, I was in the hospital like almost a month ago now. I've been here." Uh-oh. Yeah, I've done like 4 hours, so yeah. So we're at 37, 38, 39, 40. Okay.
I want to say thank you, Brent, who actually saw this from the beginning, insisted and that we needed to help you. It wasn't that much of a convincing process. We all knew this was the right move, but I have to tell you that, between Brent and Theodore, making sure that you can have all those connections in the background too, because we have to do work also on our end. This is really what this industry should be about: a cooperation, a partnership between the streamers and the platform.
Yes.
Thank you for leading that way.
Of course. I believe in it. I really do. I think that people should really be focusing on their brand, and I think that Beam does that. It's very easy. Well, it's not so easy to please one platform. And a lot of people, including myself, work very, very hard to get to a certain point. There's burnout. But I shifted my focus, and I utilized Beam the way I feel that you guys intended it to be used, which is be everywhere. Beam everywhere. Be on as many platforms as you can, and get your message out. If you do music, if you do gaming, if you do news like Spectre does, this is what it's about. It's about the streamer, and you guys are for the streamers. And I absolutely love that I have this opportunity, that we're able to discuss it now, and that we've made it this far, because this has been a long time in the making. So thank you. Thank all of you.
Yeah. Well, I think there are a couple of things that are important in the process of building this. And okay, so this will be the little bit of kind of a commercial for Beam, saying that we really are focused on the community. You have no idea, DJ, how many times people are so shocked when I stop into their stream to say hey and how things going with Beam and all that. And a lot of people who are long-term streamers, DJ, said that they've never had that experience before, ever, across all platforms. So I hope that I'm leading by example of what is the real mission of Beam. And the mission of Beam was exactly what you said. It is to expand the brand, to broadcast to as many places as possible. You don't know where your home is at yet. You think it's in one place, but it could be somewhere else. You can explode on another platform.
Oh, thank you,
I've seen it happen over
Scanner.
and over. There's one of our streamers
Thank you.
is streaming to multiple platforms, big on Kick, fairly big on Kick, starts on TikTok and blows up.
Yeah.
So that is what you need to at least, if you have any kind of, New Year resolution, would be, let me try to expand. Let me try it. Yeah. So, we make it so affordable. I'm sure Alexander PCs is really happy that you picked them as a sponsor.
If you guys are watching, you're my sponsor. I love you guys, and I appreciate you making all these beautiful PCs for people. So.
Yeah. So anyway, but we make it so affordable that just really, it's, there's no excuse anymore. We sort of eliminated all the excuses. So Anyway, I'm sure Brent has lots to say too, since this really, he's been leading this.
This has been a long time coming, DJ Guns. This has been one of those things that I woke up today just knowing finally we get to do this. Yes. Finally. Yes. We've been talking about it, building up, geeking out about what this kind of means and how this shows off technology. And for me, it's not only the technology, which is amazing that you've demonstrated today, but is, like Angel said, this is our first step to really be able to show the community how we want to be able to support you all to help, your own growth. and just keep learning how to work with you guys. So I'm just really excited about what you've accomplished today and of what this means for the next stage for us for Beam.
And by the way, DJ, I should introduce Brent and Theodore. I think a lot of people know who I am. So, I'm Angel Munoz, and I am the co-founder, president, and CEO of Beam Media Corp, which is the company that owns Beam and manages Beam. Brent Barry is our senior vice president of marketing. He used to be the head of marketing for Logitech, and we are very lucky to have him on our team. It's been, he's been with us now for a year.
Yep.
It's been a year in January. And then Theodore is sort of the unsung hero of Beam. He is the guy that makes all this happen. This
he's amazing.
He's also the co-founder. He's SVP of technology. And he is a very, very good friend of mine. We've worked together for, 12, 13 years now. And we're sort of like the right brain and the left brain of a human being. We kind of know each other so well. And he's not feeling too well today. He's ill, but he didn't want to miss this, DJ. So
thank you, Tio. Thank you so much. Thank you for everything, honestly. I appreciate it.
So these are the three of us are sort of the
looking for a PC with some real power? Get an Alexander PC.
High-performance gaming PCs starting at $928. Built with top-tier parts. Backed by a lifetime warranty. AlexanderPCs.com.
Work, play, conquer.
The tri-head of Beam, and then everything flows from this. So everybody that's watching you right now and watching this are really seeing the people who are really behind the scenes. And we want to accomplish this, and then we want to try it again some other time.
Of course.
Say 50. So one of the things that surprises me, DJ, is Theodore and I spent some time looking at some of the reactions across the board and on different platforms. And you've inspired a lot of people to compete.
Bring it on.
So, that's right. So there are, right, Theodore? There are some people out there that are saying, hey, I want to be the first one to do this. I want to be the first one to do that. Or I want to try to exceed that. The thing about it is they're trying to do it on other platforms. And what they're going to find out is that most platforms cannot support. The way Theodore's genius is the way that our network is structured and how load balancing goes across the entire network so that this is possible. So I don't know, Theodore, I don't know if you remember, but what is, you're probably going to look it up, but what, for example, Restream or Streamlabs, what is their top limit that you know of? I mean, of course, they may have different numbers, but what is their top limit on how many platforms you can stream?
Well, the limit is likely around a dozen platforms at the top premium enterprise corporate tier.
And that costs about what a month?
Well, enterprise is not publicly disclosed, but the lower than that tier, which only gives you half of those outputs, destinations, is $200 a month.
It's expensive.
By the way, I want to introduce you guys to Breaking Spectre, who's a really good friend of mine. He actually does news on Beam and other platforms as well. And he loved the idea that we were doing this. And I don't know if he has any questions for anybody, but I'm sure he does. But he's an amazing person, and I knew that he needed to be here when this happened, because I've watched his news broadcasts on Kick for a very long time, and we got to be friends, and I need to invite him on here today. So.
All right, that's great. That's fantastic.
How you doing, Spec?
But to your point, yeah, like restreaming that, it is expensive, number one, to do it, I guess. How do you guys view yourself as kind of a competitor if you want to call yourselves that, to somebody like Restream. Do you think that what you're doing here today, the way that you go about streaming and being able to restream out, is going to change the way they think about their packages and that, you think?
I don't know, Spectre. That's a great question. But I would say this: we really, this is going to sound odd as a response, but we don't see them as competitors. We don't see Streamlabs as competitors. We compete against ourselves. We set a bar and then we work to exceed that bar. When we started Spectre, we wanted to do 10 platforms. That was our goal. And now I don't know, I don't have the latest number, and I'm not going to ask Theodore because that'll put him under stress. But Theodore, do you have an idea how many over 90 we are now?
Well, there are several added, as DJ Guns just mentioned. Also, there are a couple of new ones. So that will push the number even higher. And
okay, let me clarify that, Theodore, because let me hold on 1 second. I want you to stop right there. Let me clarify this. This is a very important distinction. Spectre, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. When we say that we are reaching 90 platforms, it's not that we're capable of reaching 90 platforms. It's that our streamers are streaming to 90 platforms.
Right.
We are open to any platform that uses the right format, as DJ has said. So that's why I'm asking him. So what he does is he sees how many platforms our audience is connected to, our community at large. There's about 15,000 people streaming to about 100 platforms globally. And so that's how we do it. Another distinction that is really important is when we say, hey, we are in so many countries, that means that people are either streaming or watching from those countries. We don't go, oh, we have servers in a country so that we are in that country. No, that's not the way that we do things. So we're sort of trying to elevate the bar of what's credible. So in that sense, I can't find myself comparing myself to Restream, which is a phenomenal service. I have nothing against them, but they're not in the same league as Beam. They're just not.
Right.
And so that's what I mean by that. So I really see ourselves competing with ourselves, Spectre, more than anyone else. Brent, do you have any comments on that?
No. I mean, I think one of yes, one of the things that really drew me to Beam was this idea that we don't have to compete to be successful. That we can focus on building community. We can focus on supporting platforms that want support, or engaging ones that want. We can partner with people who should be competitors. All of that just kind of opens up what it means to be a community and be a service. So that's what really drew me, was just a different idea of what it means to be a platform.
You know, Theodore nailed it, Brent, when he one time told me we benefit from a healthy industry.
Yep.
We don't want anybody to fail. I don't celebrate when I hear that another service is closing their doors. That is not celebration for him. In fact, it creates problems for us, because then we have to to redo our servers and turn off their services and all kinds of things like that. But really, the more platforms and the more opportunities, every platform has a unique way of presenting themselves, right? So, you know, Twitch is not Kick, and Kick is not YouTube Live, and YouTube Live is not Facebook Live, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They all have a unique way of presenting themselves. We want the full spectrum. We want the entire industry, and we just want to be the conduit to that industry. So that's our role. Our role is to be on the side of the streamer and the viewer. That's why we provide so many, advantages, honestly. If you're viewing from Beam, you get the full chat. You're not trying to, if you're reacting to the chat, DJ, and somebody's messaging you on, let's say, Twitch, and you're responding to that person, only a person on Twitch or Beam will know what you're responding to if they're on any other platform. So one of the things that we're going to make it a little bit easier to do is that you can actually grab the chat and like you don't have to even have to be a Beam member. You can grab the chat. There's a URL for the chat, and you can put it on the side of your screen so that you can be on Twitch, on whatever platform you want, but you're not missing all those messages. Right. So one of the things I want to do is to make sure that that's easy, that it's one button and it kind of pops out or whatever way. I'm sure Theater's going, that can't be done or whatever, but we'll figure it out because I do that often because I like to watch streams in full screen and that eliminates the chat. So I pop out the chat and put it on the side of the screen so I can continue watching. Right. So Theodore, how many platforms, getting back to you, so we did a whole 360, and how many platforms do you think we're on right now?
Thank you, June.
Well, as far as I know, the number is the same, unless... Oh, you mean the number of services that Beam supports? Mm-hmm. I don't have the accurate number. I wasn't looking for it.
All right.
But what was our last count? Like 25 through chat? Integrated chat?
The UniChat support 25, I think, right, Theodore? Is it 20 or 25?
It's increasing.
I get it. I'll get it. He's looking.
It's increasing. I don't. I think we're gonna add 3 more for UniChat very soon, and but the new platforms that may push it a couple more, and that also pushes the total supported services to close to 100.
Okay. Very cool. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. So you think we'll hit 100 platforms supported on Beam, and probably 30. Let me see. What was the last announcement we made? I'm scrolling. Here it is. Nope, that wasn't it. So right around here. I remember it. Here it is. We are now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23, 24, 25. You're right, Spectre. So 25 platforms that we support UniChat and UniViewers for. We would like to support them all, but some platforms, one of the interesting things that I think no one thinks of is that we have to deal with our own programming and then the programming of another platform. And what happens is, Spectre, we encounter really bad programming. So a lot of it AI based. I'm not criticizing AI, but incomplete and all that. And then some people get upset because their UniChat doesn't work properly and all that. And we take responsibility for it. We've never said, it's their fault. We take responsibility for it and we say we're going to try to make it work. But it's a constant struggle. For example, should I give one example? I'll give one example. YouTube. I'll give you the worst. Facebook. We are astonished on the lack of quality of their code. It's obviously a product of their success. So they can't destroy the code. They have to add on top of it. It's almost like Windows, right? Windows is nice, but you know that it has all these layers of evolution, and that's how they are. So anytime that somebody says, hey, why don't you guys support Facebook or UniChat and UniViewers, I'm like, that's a nightmare.
Well, one thing that I do like about Beam compared to some outfit like Restream, for example, is that Restream tends to cater to a lot of the mainstream platforms, the YouTubes, the Facebooks, the DLives, the Twitches, etc. Right? For those of us, we all stream different stuff. DJ does music, he does gaming, I do news, that little tiny lowly category in many platforms, on some platforms at least. But free speech is kind of important. And I come from an era where we live in some very unique times, and that censorship is kind of a thing. Mm-hmm. So as Beam expands, Angel or any of you guys on the panel here, how do you guys think about handling the challenges of censorship, especially what comes from across the pond by way of the DSA, the DMA, and all the various other countries that tend to pile into this?
Well, I'll answer that one because that's a legal question more than anything else. I've made the decision as CEO. Well, before I even say that, Spectre, there are two things that are really important to me. One of them is freedom of speech, and the other one is privacy. They go hand in hand, but they're not the same, obviously.
Absolutely.
So you should be able to share what you want to share, and we should, any data that we obtain from you, you should know how we intend to use it. If you look at our privacy statement on Beam, we don't use any of the information. We don't sell it. Mm-hmm. We're not selling any information from our viewers or from our streamers. Zero. Nothing. That's not in the equation. So saying that, and to
dominate the digital battlefield with Alexander PCs. Our powerful machines start at just $928, engineered to give you the ultimate competitive edge. Ready to own the battlefield?
Alexander PCs. Work, play, conquer.
To answer your question directly, we take a very different view on this. So when we were structuring the legality of Beam, we realized that if I gave you the access to stream on Beam for free, for example, to sponsor my stream, you are agreeing to their specific rules, like no pornography and stuff like that, right? Don't violate the law and anything like that. But we stand strong on allowing our streamers to stream whatever it is they want. Now, when the content is illegal, all right, that's a different story. So we don't want, how to build bombs and, all that stuff on Beam. But otherwise, we take a very supportive role for our community. So there's music on Beam, as you know. We have shows that are on the far left and on the far right. A lot of more on the far right. And we support them. I hop in there and some people are saying some stuff that I sometimes on both sides of the equation that I don't particularly agree with, but I will die defending their right to say what they think and what they want. And that's the way, that's our approach. We support free speech 100%. So.
Good deal. Glad to hear it.
Did it sound too much like sales or reality to you, Spectre?
Well,
be honest.
We live in such unique times here that we're having to defend free speech here in the United States on an everyday basis, and it's worth defending. But we also know that we've got people all across the world that are challenging that, and it makes it cumbersome for not only the streamer but the various platforms and whether or not they're going to bend the knee or appease certain powers that be, if you will, in various portions of the world where we work, stream, whatever.
I think that without getting political, most of the radical changes around the world were people who were imitating the old U.S., let's call it that, and searching for free speech in their countries. Mm-hmm. And that has lit up the light across the planet on the power of free speech. You don't want an audience that is, you don't want cheapo. You don't want people who are following just whatever they're told. You want people who are thinking. And frankly, I like when people disagree with me because, you can divide life into winning or losing, but I think I divide it into winning or learning. And you always learn from you. I mean, a lot of people go, why do you go on those shows, and do these interviews that are extreme, have extreme views? And I said, because I always learn. I want to hear another person's point of view, Spectre. I don't want to. I find the truth in a lot of different ways. I used to live for at one point in my life in the capital of Florida of the Ku Klux Klan. And as crazy as that sounds, I got along with them perfectly. Why? Because I sat down and I wanted to hear their point of views, and they were extreme and far-fetched, but that was their views, and I respected them. And I remember sitting down because I was managing a hotel at the time, and I said, I just want to know that if I have a crime or I have a fire, you guys are going to show up. That's all I need from you guys. And they say, yeah, we'll show up. And goes, okay, from now on, everybody in the fire department and in the police department eats for free at my restaurant in the hotel.
Yeah.
So you guys can come anytime. So it was you can build bridges, Spectre, is what I mean. Even with
Absolutely.
the extreme, there's no reason for us to cancel an opinion. There's no reason to void a point of view. As extreme as it may sound, there's always a way to bridge it if you make the effort. That's all I have to say about it, without getting political.
Yeah. Mind if I switch gears up a little bit here? I know we're talking streaming side of things here, but the platform that we're actually meeting on here today, Beacon Max now. Recently, you guys have kind of put Beacon, I'll just use that term, under the same roof, if you will, as BeamStream here. And I think I remember here, it's probably been a good 5-6 years ago, maybe you guys started off with Beacon X, has now migrated to Beacon Max.
Mm-hmm.
What are your plans going forward with the platform that we're speaking on? Are you guys going to become essentially kind of a direct competitor, if you will, to, say, Zoom or a StreamYard or whatever sort of meeting places that are out there for forums like this? Or what's your thought?
No, we're not. Beacon Max in itself, separate from Beam, it is certainly an alternative for Zoom, Teams, and all the other ones, all the usual suspects. But there was more reasoning into us merging Beacon into Beam. So Beam's parent company, as I said before, is Beam Media Corp, and Beacon's parent company is Beacon Technologies. Well, that Beacon Technologies is merged into Beam Media Corp. In fact, Beacon Technologies will cease to exist. It's all going to be Beam Media Corp.
Okay.
And what we did there, and then I'll let Theodore expand on the vision, but I would tell you what we accomplished right away. So what we accomplished right away is we simplified our development because we don't have our teams split. So everybody's now working under Beam Media Corp. 2, we gained 4 patents that have been approved and 1 that's pending that looks at this stage like it may be approved. So that's 5 patents. And 3, we get to integrate this technology into Beam. So I'll let Theodore explain how that would look like.
Well, Angel already explained. With this being part of Beam, you can essentially integrate podcast-style interviews directly into Beam without having to fiddle with screen capture for Zoom or anything really. Any of the servers, you just add that additional source, and it's through both OBS and directly on Beam that you'll be able to do that, and it greatly simplifies a lot of those podcast style setups. And then the other aspect is, I don't know, Angel, do we talk about the rooms?
Absolutely.
So since these rooms here at Beacon Max, they can be public. In other words, you can have people join them through just one link. In other words, just having a group chat. Or you can also have them private. In other words, you can restrict who can see them. And that gives you power to control access to those rooms and optionally charge people for access. In other words, if you have some educational content or you have something you want to share with a group of people for free, but you want to know who each of those people is, like a webinar kind of thing, you can do it directly on Beam. You can multi-stream it out to other platforms that support it. If you have YouTube subscriber-only mode, or you have Patreon, or you have Boosty or any other service that supports it, you will have also built in one right on Beam, so you don't have to go through third party for that. So it's giving you more options, basically.
Yeah, it kind of changes the world. So our job, Spectre, at Beam is to make everything accessible as easy as possible to the streamer.
Yeah.
So imagine that you click on one button, you invite someone, you can invite them on the spot, you can invite them, and you click one button and all of a sudden you guys are talking live without having to use Discord, without having to use any other third-party software, live on Beam.
And it does preserve your privacy as well there, so you can talk to viewers, for example, from your chat on Beam. You can add them if they have a comment, they want to share something, you can just add them in, they'll get a pop-up, they can connect. And of course, you can kick them out if you don't like what they're saying, because you have the control over the stream. But yeah, that's something that you cannot achieve anywhere else. And you have to share your Discord, and some people have private servers, or they don't want to add random people as friends. So connecting essentially someone who you may see frequently in chat, but you don't feel like putting them into your private circle or your private Discord or your whichever platform you use to communicating, this takes away that pain of having to figure that out, or not even being able to do that to begin with. So you can give voices to people, give voices to your viewers.
Yeah, it's kind of neat
DJ,
because...
I think this is the first time we publicly discussed this, so you're getting an exclusive. I don't remember one time giving that much detail about why that merger. Inspector, fantastic question. Thank you.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
Yeah, because now, Spectre, I would say what I started. You see why I don't think Restream and Streamlabs is our competition. We are the way we think is we are industry defining. Right. We're not about imitation at all. That's not our style.
It's kind of where I see a lot of other social media / streaming platforms going, is that they become highly integrated. The communities in that are fairly tight knit, and that it's not just a streaming platform. You go in, you watch the stream, and you're out there, and you go somewhere else to social media. TMTV, for example, is integrating streaming with social media, and they're going so far as integrating, the Tether or the Bitcoin type-esque cryptocurrencies net in. Heck, even going so far as pulling in nuclear fusion power systems net in. Various other platforms are going down that path, like Pilled / Foxhole, and that has got kind of a meeting type application built into the streaming / social media, and you see that with even Rumble and that kind of going down that path. And I'm glad to see that you're thinking that far ahead.
Say, go away. Oh, there we go. See, she went away. Don't worry about it. That's our built-in AI. So,
there she is.
Yeah. So anyway, Spectre, we have a critical advantage over all of those platforms you're mentioning.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what it is? We already own a social media network with 6.1 million people in it. So what do you think will be the next step for us?
Integrate that in.
That's exactly right. So you'll have all of these incredible rich experiences right on Beam. So Beam will be not only about streaming, but also about connections. Spectre, if I were to tell you, and I want you to believe this, and I want you to remember this, because one day it's going to come up again. If I were to tell you that one of the reasons that I launched Beam is because of my concern about isolation, about people living in silos.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted them to connect. In fact, I can tell you unequivocally that's what brought Brent to us when I explained this concept. We want to create bridges. And so anything that facilitates that, in integrating this into Beam, this experience we're having right now, it's just logically a logical step in that direction. Yeah. And then our next step will be integrating some of the aspects of G-Tribe, if not the entire thing, into Beam. So your profile is going to be an active profile where you can post things and people can interact with it and comment. Think about the change on that. And it's going to be such a rich experience. We want to take small steps, though. I don't want you to come one day and then for Beam to be completely changed. all small steps. So this year, we've identified it as the year of being. And this is when we start implementing. For example, we're working on Embers right now, which is our virtual currency. DJ, you'll get also the exclusive that we're launching that next week. So stage one, so Embers will be part of it. You know, that has a lot of advantages because a lot of people that when you're subscribing to someone, you're spending $4.95 and you're committing to kind of a subscription. And Embers gives you the ability to just buy a number of Embers, let's say $20, and then you could spread them out and give them. And then you can, our Embers you can use in our store. We'll have different things. You can buy things with Ember at some of our partners that are signing up. It's going to be really interesting. So Embers is going to be like a virtual currency with real acquisition power. You see what I'm saying?
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's number one. And so that we're working on that. Number two will be the integration of Beacon into Beam. So once you hear us announce stage one of Embers, then we start integrating these aspects of Beacon into that. And later on in the year, we will take small steps at integrating the social media aspects. Let me tell you something about Theodore. Theodore programmed G-Tribe over 1 million lines of code himself solo. So
wow.
Everybody that when you interact on G-Tribe, you post something, you do a message, you do whatever, that was Theodore. And I hired him when he was still in high school. So we gave him that job when he was, 17 years old? I can't remember how old you were, Theodore, but super young. So, anyway, so that's how I see the future. Sort of exactly what you're saying, and I applaud all the platforms that are moving in that direction, Spectre, that you're bringing up. Thank you so much, because that gives you more ability across platforms. And one of the ideas that Brent and I have that we really want to pursue, hopefully this year we'll be able to do it, is an alliance between platforms. Instead of this competitiveness, instead of this like I hope you die kind of attitude, let's find ways that we can all live. And so I have to highlight Ballora. I think the name of the founder is, oh my God, that looks like a meme.
Guest appearance. my friend June is loving this right now.
The head.
June, you see that?
Sorry, I think Jack was just saying,
incredible.
Wait,
That was incredible. That was incredible. It looked like that meme where it starts bobbing.
I think the best part was I see Brent's face. Like, can you just go away from it? Just
So anyway, but you know, I just think that the future is better if we find ways to work together. And I was highlighting Ballora. I think Chris is the guy that created Ballora. I think it's Chris, his name. And Theodore has talked to him, and I think Brent, you talked to him too. Am I right? Ballora? No, maybe it was just Theodore. And
Power, performance, peace of mind. At Alexander PCs, every system is custom built, engineered to perform at the highest level. And the best part, every PC comes back with a lifetime warranty because we stand behind what we build. Alexander PCs, built for life.
Work, play, conquer.
we are not competing with anyone. So if Ballora, somebody from Ballora is on, you got my 15-second plug on that platform. So
I know you guys' time is limited here. Do we have time for one more here, DJ?
Sure, go right ahead.
Well, being you kind of hinted at the AI and that kind of jumping into conversation here, and I do end up covering quite a bit of stuff in regards to AI and data centers net going in around the country. It's going to be all the rage net for quite some time.
Right.
From Beam's perspective, how do you guys plan on integrating AI, or do you plan on, or what do you guys foresee as kind of following the trends, I guess, as a lot of companies and that, especially the major ones, Mag 7s and that are out there are integrating and putting data centers in around the country. Where do you guys plan on going with that, or do you plan on going anywhere with it?
So I'm going to answer the first part, and then I'm going to let Theodore finish. All right, Spectre? So the first part is how do we view AI? We so we partnered many years ago with IBM to use their Watson AI, which was the most advanced before, you know, ChatGPT and all that. And we worked with AI for about, either was it 8 years or 7 years?
7 years.
7 years. 7 years. And Theodore is actually working on his doctorate in artificial intelligence. So we have an expert on the subject with us. But the difference from us, and the mistake that IBM made, was that they showed, and a lot of the AI companies are that way, inadvertently they fall into this trap of showing, for example, IBM showed in how many ways AI could beat a human being. And that creates a competitive nature between an AI and humans. And that's not good, okay? What we think is the AI should be subservient to humans. They should be helping us. And in that, with that in mind is how we will deploy AI in Beam. And then I'll let Theodore give you a couple examples.
Well, everything is top secret, so I don't know which ones we can talk about.
No non-disclosure agreement related stuff, obviously.
I would say talk about the functionalities on Beam that we will have.
That doesn't narrow down. There are so many things we're looking at that. So essentially, the goal is to help streamers throughout the whole streaming journey, especially new streamers that are not quite sure where to start. And a lot of those things you cannot just program with regular code. You cannot just understand what's wrong with the stream when they're trying to stream and something funky comes out. They have no audio, the picture is weird, something's cut off, something's not going through, the FPS is wrong, it's disconnecting. So those kinds of things, it's easy for a human to look at it and be like, okay, you have to change the bitrate there, adjust the scene here in OBS, and then configure whatever, you know, some setting somewhere else in some other tool, and then you'll be all set. But with programs, there's just too many variables there, and what AI shines at is it can really process all of those at the same time and produce kind of the big picture of what has to change to get to the desired result. And that's going to be one aspect of your stream setup, the initial, you know, like basically how you're just getting started and connecting to different platforms. It will help you, it will guide you through. Of course, you don't have to follow it if you know what you're doing. If you've been streaming before, you can just X out of it. But if you're new, it will be a friendly way to go through each step and then figure out if something is wrong, what's wrong with it. I don't know, Angel, what else are we going to disclose here? Because nobody really has this. This is already a big advantage for any tool, for any streaming tool. To have this
I think it's. Yeah, I think if we live in a world where even if somebody releases this before us, it just is all good. But so I will talk about two other things. Yeah, I will talk about two other things. One of them is one that another platform did. Other platforms have had it, but clipping becomes cumbersome when you have to, you know, make a decision and all that. So we're not going to run an AI to be tracking your stream because that opens for all kinds of invasions of privacy. But we will allow you to trigger an AI Spectre like you did inadvertently and say clip the stream, you know, and it will give you options right away of how long you want and what is it that you want clipped. And another one that we see a big help for streamers is on moderation. So, you know, it'd be interesting to say, hey, you know, I can mention the name because I have her turned off, but if I say, hey, Sammy, she would go, yes, Angel, this guy's a nuisance. Just ban him from now or just kick him out of the stream. And that way, you know, everybody we're a little bit like Prometheus. We want to give fire to humans. We want to give them power. So it doesn't matter if you're small, large, big, a lot of people admire these big streamers. They have all these moderators and all that, and it's a big operation. Well, you'll be able to have the same, but even more effectively with artificial intelligence. Again, notice that in everything we're saying, it's subservient to you. It's not AI telling you. AI is helping you on how to set up your things properly, and AI is also helping you in moderation and also helping you on clipping and other functionalities that you can do live. So those are the ones that we'll mention. There's a lot more, but we don't want to mention the other ones. We got to keep a little bit to ourselves, Spectre, but that's a great question. Thank you.
And I guess from a technology standpoint, obviously it takes money and operations and data centers and server farms and everything else to make all this happen. I'm assuming you guys probably have server farms now across the country in various locations and probably throughout the world. But how do you guys plan on keeping up with the tech side of things, whether it be the NVIDIA or AMD chips or whatever internet is out there? I guess where do you see that side going?
Theodore, that's a Theodore question.
Yeah, so that's a great question, and the reality of using AI is that the usage, or the investment in hardware and data centers should follow the demand. That's not how the industry is going right now. So that is definitely broken about the industry, with all these ghost data centers being built on paper and all the contracts being signed without them coming into reality for another decade. It's a strange way to do business, but it gets the money flowing. So our view of that is we will scale that particular aspect with our growth, and the current growth doesn't require us to build data centers across the world. So we can run from specific select locations in different geographical, so basically in Europe, in America, so we can have servers that are running essentially local instances without having to dedicate massive well, first of all, infrastructure investments, but also the capacity that we don't currently need. As we scale the use, as we increase, add more features, that will be something that we have to look into. But yeah, at the current stage, we do not have those massive farms that are billions of dollars worth.
Right.
Yeah, Spectre, it's a really good question. The way that the network is designed right now is we do have servers in a data center in West Virginia. That's where our main servers are located. But we also have relay servers in over 330 countries, or cities, 125 countries. So we have a vast network, but when you are absolutely correct that when you start deploying AI, we're going to have our own servers running it, unless we want to pay incredible premiums to a third party to use, their GPUs, which is really how that is being, processed right now. So our growth, although we've grown by over 10,000% on our first year in operation, it's still manageable. We're surprised at first, and it created a wave of issues for us, but we were able to own up to that demand. And now, as DJ proved today, by being on nearly 40 platforms, our servers do really well. So because
it's incredible how much you can get just by optimizing code rather than throwing more money at it and more servers and more GPUs and more everything. So just 10% improvement here, 10% improvement there, 20 there, 20 here, and then you doubled your number of active streams, and you're using the same servers as before. And it's the right way to do it. Of course, it's slower than just buying more servers, but it is absolutely more scalable and more future-proof.
Spectre, this is an actual conversation that Theodore and I have on a weekly basis. He goes, I improved the speed of connections by 2%. I did this, it's up 3%. This is up 5%. So it's a constant, us optimizing code all the time to make sure that our connections are solid, that DJ Guns is not disconnecting across all these platforms that he's at right now. And also to make the experience even better. One of the things that we did quietly is we increased dramatically the speed of connection to the main page of Beam. If you notice, you load Beam and all the streams load almost instantaneously. We did a little bit of trickery on that, Spectre. I'm going to be completely frank with you, but it's a step in the right direction. So we want to be, we want the experience on Beam to be like nothing else, instantaneous and solid.
I've kind of learned from Guns in that having been on so many platforms, I'm small scale compared to him, by the way, but rather than firing everything up at once, just turn on Beam and then one by one bring your platforms up seems to work a lot better. And, maybe that was born from where it was previously, but now, with Theodore's latest updates and so forth, maybe that's not as much of an issue, but I'm still kind of gun shy in that regard, I guess.
No, I think, Spectre, you're doing it the right way. I deal with a lot of people on a daily basis by going in there and they say, well, this didn't turn on, this is not streaming here. And I always recommend that. I always say, hey, why don't you restart your stream if you can, sometimes they can, and start adding the platforms one by one. And there's a couple people that were in chat when we started that are doing it that way, and they're finding it to be a lot more successful. It's a little more time consuming because you're clicking buttons, and going live here, going live there. Yeah. But at least while we're still working on core components of our connections, because this is all new, by the way, we don't do multi-streaming like anyone else. We invented our own way of doing it. So there is going to be some issues with it, but I think overall what I hear from people is, wow, Beam is amazing. That's probably in the 80 to 90%. And the rest are particular issues that they've had with particular platforms.
I could tell you that before you guys did any updates at all, I just loved using the service anyway, because like we had discussed earlier, just the fact that you can get your brand out there and that you're helping us do that, it's very, very powerful. We can't get that on any other platform. Plain and simple. We just can't. So it's nice to have a place to go where we can accomplish that. So thank you guys for building such a great product, because it really is amazing.
Yeah, I think the big idea there, DJ, was Theodore's. We spent a lot of years developing the technology, the visual technology that was inspired by games, by the way. So a lot of our visual technology, like, look, I'm moving my hands and people can see me moving my hands and it seems fluid. But try that on Zoom, try that on Teams, and it's like robotic. And so we realized that games had solved a lot of problems. So one of them, is frames per second. Another one is what we refer to in the, everybody knows is bit rate. Another one is refresh rate. I mean, there's so many different aspects that make it more all that. And when we integrated that into Beam, Theodore had the incredible idea of saying, hey, this technology can be used much better for live streaming. That was his idea. And I sat on that idea for 6 months and it haunted me. It was like this echo in my brain. And I'm like, let's do it. And from that moment, we actually, so a little bit of history, DJ. You've been around long enough to know that Beam, we're not the first Beam that's a live streaming platform, right?
Yeah.
So Beam was Mixer and what became Mixer. And one of the reasons that Microsoft said, they announced why they were changing. If you look at the announcements, one of the reasons mentioned was that they could not trademark the term Beam. So when 3 years before we launched Beam, I went to the Patent and Trademark Office and said, I want to trademark the word Beam. That's why it has a little R in a circle. And after, it took us, a year and a half of going back and forth with the examiner and all that. And we finally got the trademark. And then I said, okay, if we're going to use the word beam, we need to have the same principles as the original beam. Be about the community. This is an homage to how they were. I mean, congratulations on getting bought by Microsoft, but still, you know, the original beam was, I mean, we're not even close yet. Beam was the ultimate in my opinion. So we took on the name Beam. We created our own logo in our own way. We have two logos, as you can see. We have the inverted triangle, which is what Theodore and Brent have, and then we have the actual 3D symbol that DJ Guns and I have. And the thing about it is that once we committed to that, and once Theodore actually lit that light in my heart, really, and in my brain, we said, if we're going to do this, we're going to do it like no one else. So why not add multi-streaming? Why not allow that? And we started with a negative question. Why not? What would be the reasons? We couldn't find one reason not to do it. If we are not going to be in competition with anyone else, if we're going to be so unique, why not? And that's how Beam got started. So, and we're going to celebrate our 2nd year in existence on April 24th of this year. So I cannot believe it's only been 2 years. And look where we're at. We are the 11th, is it 11th, Theodore? 11th largest live streaming platform in the world. I say it all. We have so many people on Beam constantly. And by the way, not everybody gets to be on the main page. So you're not seeing the full breadth of the community. And so anyway, it's an incredible story. I am so excited and celebrating with you, DJ, this incredible moment of you reaching, you know, this world record. This is just a dream come true for me. I mean, I feel validated. You validated everything that Theodore and I and Brent have been talking about because Brent is celebrating his 1st year with us, and have validated everything that we're about. So now we know this is possible. Now, before somebody else does, I urge you, DJ, to get started with the next one, and maybe we'll do it in summer.
I'm ready.
Or before, whenever you're ready.
Now I'm ready. I wish I can get other people that are in the Discord. If you were able to see or hear what was going on as these things are firing. Oh, one's down. Okay, I gotta go back. Oh God. All right, I gotta go. I mean, Spec could tell you he was there. I was really nervous about getting them on. Only because, not because Beam couldn't perform, it's just the fact that sometimes these sites will update themselves. And when they do, you kind of have to, you know, sometimes you have to change the code, or the key rather. Sometimes you have to delete it completely and put it back in because the RTMP changes. But I'm just so happy that I was able to deliver that to you guys today. And
Thank you.
I'm really happy about that.
Gift. It's the best gift ever. So we're excited. We can't wait to release that on Monday on the wire and announce that you accomplished it. And you did it. So Theodore actually verified. So we wanted some sort of verification too, so that we can say, okay, here's the connections. But you, DJ, you connected to 38. Is that it, or 37?
I think it's 37, but at the last minute I threw in that Blaze.stream, so I'm not sure if that was the 37th or the 38th one. Because I have a few that you guys don't have in the list.
Were you streaming from your OBS directly to any of the platforms?
Yes.
How many or which ones?
Stream.place, Flashy Social, which literally just opened like yesterday. Let me see if I have it. And Soup.
So that's 3 more.
Right.
And
it would have been SharePlay also, but I couldn't get SharePlay to work.
So we've had 36 platforms, Beam included, connected at peak for sure. So I can completely verify that. And there's 3 more.
So 37, 38, 39.
So 39 for sure.
Okay.
Do you want to
make
try
sure that we
40?
update the press release?
I do want to try.
Okay, let's see.
Can we add one more? Make it 40?
Right now. Let me quickly check that. So which ones do you not have connected here?
I really appreciate the questions. You're very direct, and I like those, and you definitely understand what you're asking. So I appreciate all your questions.
So I'm assuming frequency, share plays out, chill hub, that didn't work.
Now SharePlay is only out because I have an ATEM skin on OBS, and even though it looks beautiful, there's certain things about it that I think they need to update. And when I click on SharePlay, it's just not accessing. So I think it's on OBS side.
And the chill hub?
The chill hub, I think it's a project that they're in the middle of, but it does not work.
So it wouldn't go live. Got it. Yeah. And then let me quickly check if there's anything new you can add while we're here live.
Yes, please.
So you have Blaze, you have Tilted.
Yes, Tilted is new also. Yes.
Well, that's the different one. The Post, you have Post?
That one I had a problem getting on.
Okay. And I have a couple of ones without a label here. So what else can we add here?
I think I have an idea. Let me see.
Uh-oh.
I gotta
here we come.
I don't want to confirm it yet, but I am loading something.
TAC, did you?
I have TAC ID. Yeah, that's on. That's live.
You can. Got it. Let me refresh this as well.
I think that was the last one I got before we started.
Okay, gonna refresh this list, and so we have this suit going. We have.
And while Theodore is working on that, why don't we mention one more time all the people that helped you, DJ, and making this happen beyond Breaking Spectre this week?
There's literally so many people that has stepped up. A lot of people from my community. Skate Gamer OG, who's in the chat right now, Bunny, who's in the chat right now, of course, Spectre, Rainy Rainy Devil, Aries War Gods, thank you. Well, he's not Aries War Gods anymore, but thank you very much. Wise, you're absolutely amazing. You're with me with almost every stream and every platform that I'm on. Literally, this guy will be like, all right, you got 3 more, let's go. Like, he's just ready to go. And he'll sign up and he'll take care of business. June, that's in here. Fago Juggalo. These are all my people. If I miss anybody, I'm sorry, but I appreciate each and every one of you for having my back. It's a lot to make sure that all these things are on, because you have to have the process power to do so. And I have all my tabs open just to make sure. So as you guys were talking, I just click each one and just make sure, okay, we're good, we're live. And some people will tell me, like Rainy Devil, for instance, say, oh, well, you're not live on this one anymore, or you're not live on Instagram. You should just check that. I hear voices, I don't see video. I'll change it, I'll fix it. And we took care of business while you guys were talking. So everything's done in real time too. That's another thing that I want to tell you about Beam, is that there are a lot of programs where you have to shut it down. You can't add things while it's live. With Beam, you can. I could literally just add another. If you guys have another platform, I could just, as long as I have the RTMP and the key, I could literally add it right now, and boom, I'm online. So that's another thing that I love about it. The toggle switches are very, pleasing to use. It's very easy, and yeah, it's amazing. It really is amazing.
DJ, when we were when we were designing that the UI aspect of it, Theodore is also an electric engineer. He has he's easily the smartest person I know. Like, he's way up there in his IQ. And we were thinking about the analogy of a light switch. Why? So electricity is complex. It's electromagnetism. A lot of people think that the current actually is stops and then goes. It's actually flowing all the time. You don't need to know that. You need to just flip the switch, if you still have those, the old school ones, and the lights turn on. And that's exactly what Theodore and I wanted to do with Beam. We made complexity seem very, very simple. Yeah. I wanna thank one person that is always behind the scenes, DJ, and does an incredible job. And I see that he's on the chat, is Daniel from he's head of support for Beam. He's always on Discord and all that. Thank you, Daniel, for everything you do.
He actually said, he asked you, he was like, where's his leather jacket? Where's Angel's leather jacket?
That's an inside joke.
I got you on that one, Daniel. I got you though.
Thank you. And Daniel is fantastic. He does an incredible job.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Yeah, he tries his best. A lot of people tell me, "Oh, Daniel hopped in and you know, help me and you know, and I mean, he goes way beyond the Call of Duty to try to make sure that people are happy. And of course, he deals with unhappiness. So in his world, is people don't go to him and go, "Oh my God, Beam is perfect." No, they go, "Okay, I'm having an issue with that. I'm having an issue with that." So I appreciate that, Daniel. I don't want you to feel left out. And I know you're always there, and I appreciate that. So Theodore, what do you got for us?
So quick check. The eye blobs. I don't know if you've been able to set that one up before.
I know eye blobs I had an issue with in the past. I don't know if they updated. Yeah, I already have all the information for eye blobs.
If you have the channel there, then maybe you can try going live on that.
Okay, let me see what they got here. Yeah, they changed quite a few things. I see that. The profile, my profile.
Looking for a PC with some real power? Get an Alexander PC.
High-performance gaming PCs starting at $928. Built with top-tier parts. Backed by a lifetime warranty. AlexanderPCs.com.
Work, play, conquer.
I think with this one was more so how to get... Wait, that might be it. Producer access. Yeah, producer access is new. I was trying to fire on TikTok. The reason why I didn't right away is because the second that I put TikTok on, I don't know if it's from people coming into the room and then maybe a certain song plays that's copyright or something. Immediately they don't like that. They don't like it.
Yeah.
So is your channel
a lot of people tell me
still streamable on TikTok?
Yeah.
Yeah, any music they
But would you want to stream to it now?
I'm already waiting for the studio to update because it's been a minute, but I gotta go.
That would be the 40th one then.
Okay.
Wow.
No pressure.
Too late.
Does anybody surveillance cam on the server farm make sure we're not smoking down? And times if you look out your window, make sure your power's still on your block?
You know, we ran a test. I have not announced this, DJ. I'll give you another piece of information that no one knows.
Okay.
Theodore and I partnered with a broadcasting company to do a one-time run. They ran it on Beam, but it didn't show on Beam. And they're a sporting broadcaster, and we just needed to stress test our servers. And we had 230,000 people viewers watching at one time. It hit a record for us. But we just wanted to know what the top end was. You know, how can we support that? And now we know we can.
All right, it wants me to add a camera, even though I don't need to do that, but we're one step away. Will that count?
Mm-hmm.
All right, it looks like we're live on TikTok. Just gonna confirm that.
I'm gonna check that to confirm. DJ Guns. And I do see you live on TikTok. That makes it 40.
All righty, we did it.
4-0. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Nice.
Thank you.
That's incredible. That's incredible. That is incredible. Thank you so much, DJ.
You're welcome.
We did it.
You're welcome.
So, and I got to tell you something. Brent did a great job of keeping our expectations low. he kept on telling us, he's going to go for 30. He's going to go for 30. And here we are at 40. So that's percentage-wise, it's a little higher than 30. So.
Yeah.
Anyway, Spectre, do you have any more questions? I think
I think I hit the bulk of them here today, quite honestly.
Thank you.
Guns, I'll graciously turn it back over to you for whatever you got planned.
Yeah, we're gonna have a full streaming evening.
Perfect.
We're gonna be doing music and some gaming and stuff. So we want to keep it rolling. We don't want to just say we made it and that's it. Now we gotta just keep it rolling, and in 40 different locations, people will be able to see what we're up to.
Yeah, DJ, I wanted to also thank the Beam community. Everyone who I told about this, I would hop into their streams and say, hey, this is happening on Saturday. We send an email. I sent an email to them. Everyone has been so supportive of you. Everyone thought, so what's interesting about this is that most people don't even know there's over 100 platforms.
Nobody.
They say 30. There's not 30 platforms. I can't even think of 30. So there's lots of live streaming platforms in the world, as you have discovered.
Yeah. Yeah.
And but thank you for the community that I saw a lot of people on Beam cheering you on and stopping in the chat and all that. And some of them are consistent streamers, and they stopped their stream to be with you and to experience this moment. So thank you to the community.
Thank you, guys.
Without you, there's no Beam. I've said that on my emails. Beam does not exist without its community. So our job is to stay focused on that community and stay focused on the needs of streamers and then the need of viewers. That's our job. The rest and the success and the money and whatever else comes, if it comes, that's consequence. That's not goal. The goal is focus on the community, focus on continued building this community. And we also, for those platforms out there that are, I know that there's some platforms that are watching you, and they're either in support or in executive positions. Reach out to Brent Barry. We want to work with you. Brent's email is easy as brent@beamstreaming.gg. I'm sorry if you start getting a lot of spam, Brent. But reach out to Brent and see if there's ways we can connect and ways we can work together. We want to help you. We want to help other platforms be successful. So.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. It's an emotional moment for me too, because I've been working really hard to get to this point. So sorry if I'm tearing up a little bit, but that's just what happens when you have things like this. But it's amazing that I can just let out that energy now, because it's a monumental moment, I think, and you guys are heading in such a wonderful direction, because there's so many new technologies coming out. You guys are literally there before I even hear about it. And you got a lot of things planned, I know. So I think everybody here is looking forward to the future of Beam Stream and what you guys are going to be bringing to the table, and what you guys brought to the table already. I mean, everybody's already enjoying the fruits of your labor. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, DJ, and thank you for saying those kind words. And thank you to Brent, Theodore, and Daniel that's out there and all that, and the entire Beam team. And our incredible, wonderful community that supports us in more ways than I can imagine. And thank you for purchasing by the way, we didn't give that to DJ. He went out and purchased them because we do not give away. Yeah, we don't give merch away. We're not that company. So I buy mine. Everybody buys their own. I gifted those to Brent and Theodore, but I pay for them. So we don't do that. We're not people. I want people who wear our brand to really be proud of it, and not for it just to be like a commercial. If you're gonna wear the brand, be proud of it. So I wanted something that looked a little corporate, so I had this made, and I paid for it myself. So we have more merch coming. So I want to say that we actually have to get samples of it beforehand, and we order only the best. So that T-shirt that hat that you're wearing right there is nice, by the way. And there are two hats that we make, and they're both very nice, very, very nice. So I've been doing merch for almost 20 years, so I know a lot more than I want to know about it. So when we make a product, I can tell you that it's not. First of all, there's really no profit on it, so we sell it as close to cost as we can. And two, it is high quality. You're not going to get junk. We're not going to do that. And in fact, that shirt and that hat was made by a couple that lives in Georgia. And so we hired a particular person after interviewing so many different companies that do that. Anybody in streaming knows all the companies that do that, to do our merch themselves. So, and I apologize for those that are watching that in December, the merch, their orders got delayed. They took a vacation. We didn't find out about it until they were back. So, but I was good with it. So, all righty. Well, I guess, Brent, do you want to have the parting words for our community?
I mean, I'm really happy for everybody, DJ, for you getting to do this, and I hope everybody enjoys the stream today. It's gonna be quite the celebration. I know I'm gonna be there.
Thank you so much.
I'll be watching too, DJ. So take care, and thank you for having us on. That was very nice of you too.
Of course, thank you for coming on and explaining and letting people know about beams. I think what's very important is that there are not just people that have been here for a while, but there are new people that are coming in too, and they get to experience what Beam has to offer. So this was a very good way to do that. So thank you for coming on. I appreciate it. I do.
Yeah, a lot of people told me that they were going to watch on their mobile phones, because obviously we have a mobile app, and they were going to watch you on their mobile because they're doing stuff on Saturday. So they're like, one person told me they're going to be with their kids, and another one. So you may have gotten some viewers too that are not chatting, so you don't see them on the chat, and came on and are watching you on their mobile devices. So
appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it. DJ, have a great stream. Enjoy everything, and being emotional like you are is part of the full spectrum of life. Enjoy that, enjoy the success, enjoy the smiles, and then Brent, I'm sure, will redo the press release. He'll send you a copy so you can see it beforehand, and then we'll release that on Monday, and we'll make it official for the world.
I'll send it over to you. I'll send it to you tomorrow.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Take care.
All right, take care. Bye-bye, guys. All right, guys, we're going to be right back. I'm going to put this BRB screen on. I need a minute. We got to switch over. We're going to switch gears. We're going to be doing some music. And, Six, if you're in here, I hope you're ready. I know we went over a little bit, but that's okay. That's okay. All right, so we'll catch you guys in a little bit, okay? All right.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and break his stream. So, yeah. As you can see, we needed to get to 40. Theodore kind of helped him out, try to get the last 3, did that and all that. Yeah, as you can see, the thing has resetted. So, yeah. So let's find. Kind of helped him. Alright, so here's one that doesn't have the thought on. Let the ad play. That's 2. Okay, there's 3. Alright, so 3 platforms. So yeah, 3 platforms. But like I said, I'm gonna break. I have not had lunch yet, so I'm gonna go ahead and break. Go get me some lunch. Again, like I said, you have to need to get the 30 platforms. Also, I'm part of the Utherverse world. So yeah, the 15th, 16th, 22nd, 23rd, the so-called Let's Make Utherverse Classic Great Again. So yeah, the Utherverse is gonna be 20 years old come January. 15th, January 15th. So yeah, Utherverse is technically 20 years old. So yeah. Yeah, well, like I said, I'm gonna break. I have not had lunch yet, so I'm gonna go ahead and break. Go get me some lunch. But yeah, all right. Here's our ending. So yeah, like I said, I touched on over to my Patreon page. I'm also part of the Dean that you just seen. Yeah, Dean is definitely growing. So yeah. All right. Well, it's lunchtime. I need food.